Well, happy second day of Nano. I am still working, working on a little bit of everything. And I am tired. Not a good way to start off Nano. I'm already tired. I haven't even done anything. The story on my blog is slowly coming to the end. I'm about to end it soon. Hi Amelia. Still writing your short story, which is due in 5 hours. Oh no. I also have my nano story, which I haven't written on today. Well, the nano, you got time, but if you go 5 hours for the other story, I guess that's more important at this point. I hope you make it and get it done. That's quite a deadline. 5 hours. I was running all day today, and it's like I got woken up early and like really tired, and I was trying to stay awake. I was in transportation, so I wasn't driving, but man, I kept falling asleep. Well, and then I get to the doctor's office, and I have to sit in the doctor's office and try to stay awake. Interesting day. Amelia says, yeah, but the problem is my short story doesn't count towards nano, and I want to get at least a few words towards that. Your short story can count toward nano. Just declare yourself a nano rebel. There's a badge for that. You can be an official nano rebel and count every one of those words. That's what I'm doing. 3 different stories. All I need is 20,000 words. And some of them are going on my blog until I get them all the way over into, because they're not ready to be put into a document for nano yet. But as far as I'm concerned, that's what I'm writing them for. So they count. Be a nano rebel. Like I said, they even have a badge for it. In the little list of badges where you go through and choose what you are, choose Nano Rebel. And then you can count your words from your short story. You do whatever you want. I mean, I don't know how many years it's been like that. I didn't realize they had a badge right away. You know, they had one last year. I don't know how long before that. But if they have a badge for it, it means they realize now that there's a lot of people out there that are doing, they're doing nano, but they're not doing it the way they dictate it. So I figure it'll work. They accept it, that people are rebels. I mean, there's a lot of people that last nano, I even officially declared myself a rebel in a video. So, you can do that. You can do that. You're writing your short story in the same universe as your nano book. Ancient Egyptian king who is unprepared and a goddess comes to help him. I love it so much, and it probably will be my next nano story. That's great. Hi, Sam. How are you? So yeah, you can count your short story words. I sure do. And I would if I was in your position. So by all means, And like I said, there's even a little badge you can get for it, for being a Nano Rebel. So I am tired. I don't know whether I need to cut down. I know I overdo the amount of time I spend doing live streams. And the way I feel, I'm going to have to start cutting down some of my hours because I'm tired. I've fallen asleep before. Me sitting there talking and fall asleep. Yes, you can count it, Amelia. It's called being a Nano Rebel. And you can count it for your Nano. This is your first Nano on the official website. Well, now it's an official thing in NaNoWRIMO. It didn't used to be. You used to have to write 50,000 words, and that was all there was to it. But on one project, brand new, had to be brand new and everything. But now it doesn't have to be. You can be a rebel, and you can count it. Go ahead and get the badge. It says Nano Rebel on it. It's near the end of the badges, I think. The ones you choose yourself, not the ones you win from, as you update along the way and all that stuff. They got special badges you automatically get when you hit certain things. But there's ones you choose, I'm a pantser, I'm a plotter, I've written a story in a weird place, all those kind of badges. And one of them is I'm a Nano Rebel. And there's a lot of people that have announced that they're Nano Rebels. So they're doing Nano, but yeah, see? Sam agrees. She counts everything during camps. Count my blog words, character profiles, plotting, short stories, and my Nano project. But that is entirely up to you, though. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is up to you, obviously. But, yeah, you can do that. See, you don't have to take just my word for it. There's somebody telling you right there. The exact same thing I just told you. So relax. You can count the words. You can count the words. I figure as long as it counts even remotely toward my story, it counts. So, yeah. Yep. So don't stress so much. Just relax, finish your story, get it in, do the best you can do, and then you can move on to count the words and then move on to your next project. That should take a little bit of worry off your mind so you can relax and get your story done. She's got like 5 hours left to get her story done. And so yeah. Sam says, right, because during Nano, my blogs are usually all about my project and stuff, so I count it. They're even, I'm writing prompts that I'm using as my books, and they're all going to be books on the Nano site eventually. So they're starting on my blog, but they're going to be eventually on the Nano site along the way. But yeah, I count all that stuff. Definitely. And since, like I said, they even have a badge now, so you can claim the badge. So if they recognize it and let you claim the badge, then you know that it's okay to do. So relax, Amelia. You've got this. Finish your story, and then go on to your Nano project, and you'll be fine. How many How many words did you set as a goal? I kept mine low because I knew I have a lot of editing to do. So I have 20,000 words, but I have a lot of editing to do. So of course that's a lot of add, subtract, add, subtract, add, subtract. So I did lose like 2,000 to 3,000 words because I changed the story a little bit. And then I took out a lot of stuff that was repeated stuff that I was in bad habit of saying the same thing over and over again. And I take it out, and my story drops to like under 50,000. I'm like, no, not a 52,000 word story. Now I have a 49,000 word story. Sam says there are even some that count hours worked instead of words too, so no stress. That's what I did last time. I said I'm going to work 3 hours a day, and I made them minutes. So, 3 hours a day would be 180 minutes because it's easier to count minutes than hours. Like you can, if you do it in chunks. And so 180 minutes a day times the 30 or 31 days. I forget which month it was. I did that. And, it was a really small number, obviously, but it works the same way. The thing counts the same way. So that's what I did. So as long as I was working on it, I counted as time worked on it. So yeah, there's ways around things. Amelia says it's 75K for your story. Whoa, that's a big story. 75K. I don't know if I'll make it, but that's my goal for the story. Or are you talking about your nano story? I hope you're not talking about the short story that you're talking about. That's a very big story. But if you put 75 for but that's still a pretty big goal. What's a pretty hefty goal? It's a lot of words. And you break that down. Because you figure 50,000 words for 30 days is 1,667. Okay, your short court. Okay, that makes more sense. Short stories 1 to 3K. Your nano book is 75K. Gotcha. That's still pretty hefty amount of words every day. Yeah, I'm not that ambitious. Hi, Laura. Nice to see you. Sneaking in for a little sprint. Yeah, I just saw you over there with Megan. Looks like we got to get one of our sprints going. Laura says, I just broke 1K words in this draft. Wow. Cool. Good job. This is your new story. Your what's it called? A patho? Or I don't know. I can't even remember. It's got such a hard name for me. I mean, I'd like the book to get to 75K eventually. If it doesn't hit it during nano, it will be okay. Amelia says, yay. And her little Japanese things. Sam says, way to go, Laura. Yeah, that's good. Good going. All right, well, let's get us Anthropophagus. I know it doesn't sound like when you say it, it doesn't sound like that. I'm not sure. I might be reading it wrong too. Hi, Greg. Just in time, we're about ready to start our first sprint. Let me find this. Oh, yeah. Add the timer. Set it for 25 minutes. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, well, very tired Greg can join a very tired Tessa because I'll tell you, I couldn't stay awake all day. I kept falling asleep. And good thing I wasn't driving. I was in transportation. It was driving me. I kept falling asleep, and then I fall asleep in the doctor's office. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to do it. And the whole time my aide is here getting me ready, I'm falling asleep. And so she had to wake me up to say goodbye. I'm like, oh my gosh, how am I going to get through this? So you finally got your video uploaded. Well, that's good. Glad to hear that. I know you spent a lot of time on that video. Maybe get some good feedback on it. Okay, well, I'm in the middle of trying to complete this short story that's on my blog that's going to eventually be book 3. So I'm trying to get to the end of it. Trying. I'm not sure how many days it's going to take me because I'm writing it with prompts. So it's spread out, over time. Luckily, it's not once a week. She does the prompts every day. So, and today's Friday. So actually today, not only do I have the 3 words, I've got the 21 word one. I might be able to finish it if I'm lucky, depending on the words there. Maybe I can finish it. It'd be nice. It has to end at a certain. I mean, I can't just drop it off at the end. It's in my blog. It's a running, ongoing story. I can't just stop in the middle. I gotta have a sort of ending to it. So, all right, I'll see you guys in 22 minutes. All right, so I screwed up the numbers on my, when I was counting, you know, because I'm doing all these pieces of the story on blog posts, and I managed to screw up my numbers. I'm trying to unscrew up my numbers. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. So, where did you guys get to? Anybody get anything? I think we're all getting tired. Nano's just starting. Doesn't bode well screwing up on day 2. Actually, I screwed it up yesterday, which is day 1. I'm just now finding out that I screwed it up. This thing's almost 40 pieces, and I dropped it down to like 30. I'm like, somewhere along the way, I copied something wrong. So, right now, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What the heck I did and renumber these things, because I got to start copying them into a document. Good, Amelia. I'm glad to hear you got a couple hundred words in your short story. Hopefully you'll get it done in time and get it submitted. That would be great. I'm glad to hear it. I'm starting to wake up a little bit more, but obviously not enough. I mean, enough to see that my numbers are screwed up, but not enough to figure out how to unscrew them up. Oh boy. This ought to be fun when I go to try copy pasting it and it's not in the right order. I got to get some water too, because I don't have very much left. If I have any left. A little bit. Not much. Hi, Alley Cat. Nice to see you. You joined late and just read the last 4 minutes. I'll write the next sprint. Sounds great. Haven't seen you in a while. Sam got 586 words that time. That's a good bit of words there. Good going. Greg says, I was relaxing. I am waiting for news from the proofreader about chapter 3. We did upload the video, so now I need to step back and consider where I am at with my other projects. Yeah, sometimes you just got to take them time, and just like I'm doing right now, I'm trying to figure out what I screwed up. It's going to take me, you know, a sprint or so to figure out what I did wrong and get it fixed so that it's the continuity is there. Because I have, you know, when you click on the link, the links for all of the pieces of that story are on there. And somewhere along the way, I screwed it up. So I have to figure out where I did that and fix it. Not looking forward to that. You do like the word unscrewing up. Did I say unscrewing up? Or did you say unscrewing up? I'm not even sure at this point. Couldn't tell you. Mia said, my cat has captured me. And she's laughing about unscrewing up. Yeah, how do you unscrew it up, right? You can screw it up, but it's hard to unscrew it up. Oh, I said it. Oh, that figures. That figures. I'm the one who said it. Sometimes I don't know what's coming out of my mouth. I mean, it made perfect sense to me. I screwed it up, so I need to unscrew it up, right? Doesn't that make sense? Makes perfect sense to me. um, I don't know. I may have to take a vacation. Not in the middle of Nano though. This is not a time to take a vacation. So get your head on tight and screwed back on and figure out what the heck you're doing. That's what I got to do. Now's not the time for a vacation. Definitely not. I'm trying to, I mean, maybe people got a point when they say they work on one thing at a time because I'm doing more than one thing at a time, and maybe that's part of the reason why I screwed things up. Maybe. It could be the fact that I'm also tired. The MA says be careful to thread the screws correctly when screwing and unscrewing it up. Yeah, you know how many times I've done that and the thing is like stuck and you don't know how to get it unscrewed? Oh, jeez. I've done that. Such a mess. Such a mess to fix. Well, obviously I need a sprint because I have a mess to straighten out. And I assume that you are all looking to spend some time sprinting. So let's get sprint number 2 underway. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, now to go unscrew my screw up. Might as well stick with it. I'm going to unscrew my screw up. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Oh boy, time goes so fast. Okay, thanks, Megan. They've been hopping around a few streams myself, leaving likes along the way. So I ended up working on my ending to the story, trying to figure out how to end it. My Atlantic teacher life. Hi everyone, Carrie here. Hi Carrie. Feel like I'm in for the long haul tonight. Anyone else doing a late night tonight? Mine are usually pretty late. Usually at least between 12, sometime between 12 and 2 probably. Maybe longer, depending on how I feel. But I'm definitely streaming till at least sometime between 12 and 2, possibly longer. And welcome. How'd everybody do? I'm using 21 words right now to try to rate. I don't know if I'll get to the end in this one or if I have to wait or not. I'm getting kind of itchy to end the story. But it's kind of hard because I got some really weird words that I have to fit in. So I'm not exactly sure I'm going to be able to do it on this one or not. I have to think about it. Greg said someone on Reddit gave me a helpful award for the post where I linked to my new video. Well, that's cool. That's really nice. Amelia says the story's going great. Dialogue is iffy, and I'm getting caught up in secondhand embarrassment from my characters. Oh, gee. Can't even imagine. Sam got 165 and some laundry done. That's cool. Throw the laundry in and do some writing. Take the laundry back out. The laundry is if you have to do a chore, at least that one you can do and you can work at the same time. It's not something that takes all of your time up. Throw it in and you have time while it's running and then you can take it out. Amelia says she's going for quite a while tonight to Carrie. Yeah. I'm kind of doing, because I'm doing a short story on my blog, which is actually book 3. And I still have book 1, which I have to finish all the beta reader critiques and rewriting that story. And so it's like, I know I got to stop playing with the story and get that done first before I get the playing around. But I usually have several things going at one time. I'm not really good at doing one thing at a time. I think it's part of the ADHD because I can't focus. So it's like I can't stay on just one thing in anything in my life, in my writing, and I'm just like all over the place. So even writing, I can't focus. I still tend to wander. So like I'm back and forth, I'm writing on this story, which is going to be a book, and then I do a little bit of the of the rewrite, and then a little bit of the critiques, and like I don't just sit down and just work. I don't know why I can't stay focused. Allie says she got 40, I was going to say 43, sorry, 432 words. That's very nice. Amelia says, has anyone else read stuff from other places and picked up on their characteristics? I've caught myself using British spellings and dialect from other countries. Oh, I always use the British spellings. I'm forever getting the thing telling me, that's not how you spell. Because I add that U to everything that, the British do. For some reason, I like it better that way. I like the spelling better. But it gets screwed up because it'd be one thing if the whole thing was done that way, but sometimes some of it is and some of it isn't. But yeah, I do that kind of stuff. I don't know why, but I do. That might be all that's. Laura and Megan are both on another stream. I'm sitting here looking at these words, trying to figure out how am I going to fit these into the story and make it make sense. I'm almost tired of doing it. It's like I did 2 of these now, each around 40 parts each. It's a lot of writing, and part of me is like, how about we take a break from all this, finish it up, and then don't start another one. See what happens when I write the next prompt. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I think this could make a nice story. That's what I usually do. Yeah, it says it's so confusing between American English and British English. Color, our, color, gray, or gray. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Festival, or. And there's a lot of words with that O-U-R in it. I mean, there are a lot. And I keep thinking, well, I like the way it's spelled the other way better. I really like it. It looks nicer. Like harbor. I've got harbor in my story. And H-A-R-B-O-R is the most boring. H-A-R-B-O-U-R. I like that spelling better. And then my thing will come on and say, that's not how you spell harbor. It's the way they spell it in England. Why can't I spell it like that if I want to? I don't know why. And I can't figure out with gray which one I like better. Tell you the truth. Yeah, me too. Mary says, why did us Americans ever decide to change these spellings? I don't know the answer to that. But I know we've got a lot of different, well, not just spellings, but the difference in words, like, between chips and cookies and biscuits and boot and instead of trunk, and a lot of different, there's a lot of words that we changed. There might be, Greg, a setting in Grammarly to search. to switch to European spelling. But technically, I'm not really supposed to be writing European because it's not a European story. But I like the spellings better. Just a personal preference for me. I never did figure out why we did it. Oh, excuse me. I've heard G-R-E-Y. E is for Europe and G-R-A-Y. A is for America. Interesting. I had never heard that, but I guess it does kind of make sense. But I never could figure out which one I actually liked better. And I use them both. And they're used interchangeably over here. I mean, gray especially, you see people using all the time, either way. Playing Noah Webster to change the spelling. Ugh, Greg said he thought a new country needed a new language. Mary said it's always Webster. Yay, Americanese. Well, we certainly didn't make it better because, like I said, there's a lot of words in the English form I prefer much more than the American form. That's funny. It is kind of interesting. I really wonder who did come up with the decision on what the country's language is going to be. Greg says the idea was to simplify, but it also became less consistent. So we drop a letter, and now we've got both words being used. Because I know a lot of Americans that do the same thing. I'm not the only person who puts the O-U-R instead of just O-R. Mia says she feels like American English is made dumber in a way, and I don't know why. Oh, man. Some of the things, yeah, Americans changed defense to defense from C to S, but kept fence as C. We have a lot of those weird rules. I mean, look at though, through, thought, tough. They're all OU. They're all pronounced different. That's why people say it's hard to learn English, because we got so many stupid rules that it's really hard to learn English. And they've got a point. They definitely got a point. Sam says, sorry, I can't stay. Gotta go. Wind down so I can get up before dawn for work. Ugh. Have a lovely night. Well, thanks for stopping by, Sam. Nice to see you as always. We'll see you in the future, I'm sure. Hi, Claudia. Amir says good night. And I expect to see you tonight, Claudia. You think you're going to write a scene from book 5. So you decided to write. The book I won't start until after book 4 is done. I'm not quite sure that makes sense, but okay. Oh, but you're just going to write the scene, one scene, and then you got a really good idea and I don't want to lose it. Well, I can understand that. So you want to write it down. Well, makes sense. If it's there now, might as well write it down, right? Amelia says relatable. Sometimes you just gotta write it when you think it. Yeah, I've lost some story ideas because I didn't write them down when I was thinking about them. And then later on, it's like, what were you trying to write? And it's like, it's not coming, it's not coming. So yeah, sometimes it's better to just do it when you're thinking about it. Which means you're opening Scrivener 3. I thought you went back to Scrivener 1. Now you're back to Scrivener 3? Yeah, but I thought you said you tried 3 and it screwed things up, so you went back to 1. And now you're going to go with Scrivener 3 for book 3 and 4. But book 5 will be on 3. Okay. I'm sure you've got a good reason for that. So you need to go to 3 to write the scene. Amelia says, I have so many good ideas when I'm half asleep, but I never remember the ideas when I wake up, just that they were amazing. Yeah, I do that too. I still remember the day I had this wonderful dream. No, it was a terrible dream, but I got this story, and so I got to write it down, right? Middle of the night, got to write it down. And I thought I was writing it down. I mean, I thought I was awake. But when I got to it in the morning and I picked up the paper and I just looked at the notebook and like, I can't read a word of it, of any of this. And by then, the idea had already started leaving my head. What's going on with my voice? So yeah, that that happens a lot. I hate that. That I like had worked it all out in my head. You know, I'm scribbling on the paper. The next morning, I was like, I can't even read this. Yeah, it's time to sprint. Definitely time to sprint. So, timer 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. All right. Last few seconds. So Clutch got 2 now. He has 2 script. She has 2 scripters. She has 2 scripters. What do you need 2 scripters for? I hated switching the license back and forth from Scrivener 1 to 3. So now I have 2. 1 for each. Ooh, yay. Literally just paid $56 Canadian to make my life slightly more convenient. Hope it's worth it. And Claudia says to help keep my project safer. I can't imagine switching the license back and forth is the best thing for my project. I doubt it. I'm sure some glitch along the way is going to be an issue. I did it one time and it turned my current project into a Scrivener 3 file, which then couldn't be opened by Scrivener 1. So I made a backup for it so that I could still use the Scrivener 1 version. Oh my God. Pacha says, so now I have to use the backup project of the 3rd book instead of the original. Because the original now only opens on Scrivener 3. That sounds like a lot of fun. Pacha says that's another reason why I bought both now. Well, it still seems like way too much trouble. Greg, note to self, never buy Scrivener. I have Scrivener, but obviously I have 1 because I bought it a while ago. No, I don't have 3. And I've been hearing good and bad things about 3. But then I've never used 1, so it's not like anything's going to be lost if I were to upgrade to 3. Oh, geez. That's crazy. So I'm trying to figure out how to finish this story. Now. I'm trying to figure. I'm like at the point where I'm ready to end it. And I'm not sure how to exactly I want to end it. I'm going to spend the whole night trying to figure out how to end this story. How much does Scrivener cost? Well, I can't answer that myself because I remember buying it, but I got it half price because I won Nano, and that was one of the awards that you got was Scrivener half off. And I don't remember it being a whole heck of a lot. But half off, of course, is a lot more than whatever it originally was. So I'm not even sure exactly what the price is now. Like, I've had it for a couple of years, and I have no idea how it works. I never could figure it out and didn't feel like going through the tutorial. And so I never learned. And, of course, now they got a whole new version out. But I don't know if I really want to waste my money on the Scrivener because I'm not going to be able to spend money once I move to assisted living. And I have no idea when that will be. So wasting money on a program I don't even know how to use doesn't make a lot of sense. So I probably will never be using Scrivener. Tommy says, I am trying to put all my money into the actual things needed to publish my book, so I am not buying any writing software other than Grammarly. Yeah, I love Grammarly. I have Grammarly. I definitely use Grammarly for now. But once I go to assisted living, I won't be getting a paycheck, so there will be no extras. It'll be Google Docs and live with it. Nothing fancy, nothing that costs money, because there won't be any money. That's the sucky part. One of the sucky parts. I also have to live with somebody I don't know. That's another sucky part. 2 people share a space in Medicaid assisted living. I mean, the government's paying for it, so can't expect a palace. So that ain't gonna happen. So what kind of book are you writing, Tammy? Because like genre-wise, I write a lot of different things, but my book is a mystery, murder and mystery series. It started as one book and turned into a series somehow along the way. Hi, Courtney. Nice to see you. Greg says it is roughly $60 United States dollars. And I got a half price, so I guess I paid about 30 bucks for it at the... Oh, I thought it was 20, so maybe it was 40 at the time, and the new version is 60. I don't know. Seems to me I only paid 20 bucks for it. Tammy is asking me if I want to write a sequel. Well, I wasn't planning on writing a sequel, but somehow my book decided it wanted to be a series. It wanted to be a series. So not just a sequel, I have several planned. So Clutch has got Scrivener 3 set up and ready to go. 50% off Scrivener for camp winners and 20% off for participants. Only took 30 minutes to find out, new layout and all that. Okay, so back to Tammy's question. So like I said, I wasn't planning. I was planning a standalone book. But before I knew it, I had a whole series planned out. At least 5, maybe more. And I'm writing 3 of them at the same time. And book 1's not done yet. I'm still working on the beta critiques to get it to the editor. And then 2 and 3 are partially started already. So, you know, it kind of it got out of hand with me, and then I do more than one thing at a time. I can't do one project at one time. That would be too simple. So it's like a small town. I created a small fictitious town, and there are going to be mysteries and murders and stuff in there. If I get it wrong. I change my mind a lot. I have bipolar disorder, and sometimes I get very grandiose feelings like, oh, you can write 8 more books? Sure, no problem. After still struggling through book 1. And then, you know, bipolar says, whoa, let's put the brakes on here. You don't need to write that many books. What is wrong with you? 1 book is fine. I talk to myself a lot. That's why I have to mute myself. I tend to talk to myself. It only took 30 minutes to figure it out, the new layout and all that. It feels weird to name a new document a scene instead of a chapter. Tammy says, I figured between Grammarly and Hemingway, I should be okay before sending to my betas. Yeah, I like Grammarly. I think it does a pretty good, decent job. I've already been to betas. I've already got critiques back. I'm working on them now. Katja says, but I have no idea where this is in the book. Could be near the middle. Could be later. Earlier. Who knows? So it's just club scene. Well, that works. Tammy says, I write clean cowboy romance. I have finished 4 and want to rapid release. Oh, cowboy romance. Interesting. Obviously, that's a pretty, not common, but that's the word I want. Interesting field. There's a lot of people that write cowboy romances. I never realized it was such a big thing. Not just as I've never thought I could write 8 books. Well, my drug-addled brain thinks it can write 8 books at the moment. I wouldn't consider it forever that way. Gotcha says to Tammy, but are they BLMM? That's the real question. Gotcha says, are we going for Brokeback Mountain vibes? Greg says, be offline a minute. Okay. Tammy says, male and female romance. Gotcha says, oh, well then, I'll leave my MM romance to myself then. I asked because of Brokeback Mountain. It's been on my mind recently. Oh boy, Claudia. Tommy says, end your story with a lead into your next story then. Well, that's where I'm trying to figure out if I want to lead into a next one or if I want them consecutive, sort of. Like all, you know. I don't know. There's a lot I don't know. Definitely a lot I don't know. Katja wants the sprint. Waits at the last one setting up the program, so now I want to write. Didn't get any writing done. So everybody, we have to sprint because Katja wants to sprint. So she can write. All right. Let me set another timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Katja says I'm so greedy. Yeah, you are. All right. And we're off to the races. Tommy says, I've sent my 4 out to betas and gotten feedback return, waiting on my next set of beta readers. You know, I sent, like, I asked 8 to 10 people, and they said yes. I got, like, 4, maybe 5 back. Obviously, the others are not going to, and now they've totally redone the story. It no longer makes any difference because the book is completely different than what I sent out. I used what what I got back from the betas to plus some things that I learned from how to write fillers and stuff and change the story idea up. So it's not the same anymore. So I don't think, I mean, obviously they haven't rebothered since, well, it's been months now. I'm pretty sure they're not going to. Hi, HK. We just started a new sprint. So you can go ahead and start anytime you want. It's started. Tammy says, if you want nano, you can write a book in 2 months. I mean, I don't know how to explain this. Like I said, I have bipolar disorder, and there are times when I go way over into the grandiose thing. Like I said, I suddenly think I can write 8 books from one book. I haven't even finished one book. I'm not sure where my brain is going. Have to rein that brain in. It gets out of control. So I'm not sure where I'm headed. So I started it in camp, and I wrote a short version. Then on November, I decided to redo it, start it over, and change it up. And then I had 50-some thousand words. I'm not a really heavy-duty writer, so 50-some thousand words, 52, I think it was. Now that I'm going through it and fixing things, I've got 49,000 words. So, Tommy says, write for yourself, and maybe you will end up writing all 8. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I'm not going to get too upset about it. I just take one day at a time, pretty much. Hi, La Monique. Uploaded book 2 today. Been away editing, and formatting. Today was my deadline. I made it. Congratulations. Great job. HK says, we have faith in you, Tessa. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you have faith in me. Thank you so much. Tammy says, congrats to La Monique. Amelia says, congrats. Yes, Amelia, we're sprinting. We're already sprinting. La Monique says, thanks, everyone. Good job. Yeah, I noticed you hadn't been around lately, so pushing that, what do they call it? Pushing them, I don't know. Sometimes my mind just blanks out. Yes, back to the sprint. I need to get my story done, so. At the moment, it's currently planned as part 3, book 3, but it's on my blog in pieces. Each one, there's 2 of them, each one's about 40 pieces. So I still have to copy and paste, make a document before I can even start to write them. But each one is started, it has a premise, it has an idea. I don't plot, but I do write from prompts, so that's why I have a story, which kind of is sort of a plot, even though I didn't plan on plotting. Yes, Amelia, it's been over 5 minutes since it started. What have you been doing? Monique says, not starting tonight. Just wanted to share the good news. See you guys again soon. Well, congratulations again, and I'm so glad you got it out. We'll see you again. I'll be around, hopefully. Good night. So, anyhow, yes, I need to get back to my story. I'm trying to finish it tonight. It's on my blog. So, I'm trying to finish it tonight so I can get back to book one, because book one has to go to the editor on May 1st. And I'm rewriting it. So, can't make up my mind. I'll see you later. And I am going to mute myself because I do tend to talk to myself. And I will be back. That just made me jump a mile. Wasn't ready for that. Okay. So, how did we do? Amelia says, I just finished story, 1,095 words altogether. Going to take a break and then start editing next sprint. The dialogue probably needs work. Pacha needed to research French drinking ages to make sure any of the scene makes sense. Pacha said, I'm not a one to skip around on my writing, so writing the scene before writing anything else is seeming to be a big challenge. Pacha says, I don't even want to start. After you just went on all that trouble to get Scrivener set up. I feel like I'm just going to mess it up. Amelia says that's what the first draft is for. Second draft is for unscrewing it up. Gee, where did we come up with that word, unscrewing? Pacha says not usually. For me, the first draft, I get it right and then fix some minor things. Pacha says I've almost never rewritten entire scenes. Interesting. But this might fall under that category when I write the rest of it later. That's true. Pacha said I had to name one of my characters. His name is... I'm not going to even try that one. You're no good with X words. Can't even see all those prescriptions they got out there with X at the beginning. I'm like, and I say this how? It's a form of Charles. Makes sense. And you wrote 47 words. Cool. Amelia says perfectionism isn't always healthy. Consciousness, don't judge me. Oh, jeez. Play nice, children. Play nice. Pacha says, I love perfection. It's so easy when I'm not writing in the middle before anything else. No, I'm writing the middle of mine. I did too. I'm not sure how they're going to start or end. End. Besides the ending that I'm giving them in the blog. The real ending. How'd everybody else do? Not sure how many are left here. I'm kind of like writing just something to put words down. Certainly aren't the best characters and stuff at first. But then you feel a little less. And I'd outline the scene now. But I hate outlining. And I feel like outlining makes me lose the essence of the scene. I forget what I wanted to write specifically. Amelia says, I don't mean to judge. I've always been perfection oriented and get really upset when it is majorly flawed or something. It's much healthier and productive to write for the sake of writing and then going over it later. This is a first person present tense book. Very heavy on experiencing things as they happen. Greg says, got almost nothing done since the stream started. I don't feel bad about it. I did quite a bit already today. Pastor says to Amelia, but I don't get stuck. I don't really get stuck either. Actually, I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I think my tiredness is getting to me. I'm like talking nonsense. Gibberish. Gibberish isn't even here. Katja says, I just don't like writing things before the rest happens. I never do it, and I know why I don't, because I have no idea who I'm writing about then. Katja says, Xarles is pronounced Charles as far as I know. Really? Interesting. Maya said, well, if it works for you, don't change it. But if it ever stops working or doesn't work for a scene, try forcing the words to come out and then fixing it later. Katja says, it's French. Katja's very happy this book takes place in France because it allows for so much more. And Amelia says, nice. Katja said, I can justifiably explain why a 17-year-old is let into a nightclub. Can't do that in North America. No. You need to see if you can always stop the stream. Otherwise, maybe a sprint. Yeah, North America and their stupid regulations. I may have to stop the stream because I'm having a hard time thinking straight, which means that I'm definitely tired. The brain's not functioning. I mean, I've been at it almost 3 hours, which is not long for me, but I'm tired. Let's see, I can also explain why the same character is really drunk before he even gets there. Says, yeah, just have a disclaimer at the beginning. It's French. Tasha said, well, it's in the title. French is one of the words. And we know the whole story takes place in France. Interesting. Alright, we can start another sprint. If I start falling asleep now, we may have to end this thing. Because I'm not going to do you much good if I fall asleep on you. That's for sure. And I'm not doing my story any good because I can't think straight in order to finish it. Gotcha's thanking her lucky stars. She knows French now. It makes it so much easier. Yeah, I'm sure it does. It says, I like the idea that you could explain anything in the book as, it's French. It's French, so it's okay. Oh, God, I hate these earphones. Hurt my ears. It's French. Doesn't matter what it is. It's French, so it's okay. It's okay. You just keep right on doing it because it's French. Uh, all right. Let's start another sprint and see what happens. If I don't come back, I fell asleep. Oh my gosh. It'll wake me up and scare the daylights out of me. All right. Let's set the timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, is also France sounds like a party when can I go over? Hutch says, I don't know. I've never been there. Hmm. Excuse me. I'm sorry. All right. The sprint has started. Interesting. My glucose monitor goes off saying that my blood sugar is too low. My insulin pump goes off saying that is empty and needs to be filled. And I'm sitting here and I was like, I don't know which problem to try and fix first or how exactly. Now there's insulin back in the pump. And I've been trying to eat some carbs to bring my blood sugar back up. Still dropping. Definitely not good. It's always one thing after another. Consciousness of writing in present tense is so hard. I'm so used to past. I always switch back and forth. I'm forever switching. Always write in the past. I keep switching tenses mid-sentence. Yeah, I'm doing that too. Okay, I'm catching them now. And 260 words in. Loving the tone of this book. The first person present tense really helps. That's good. It was my intuition that told me it was right move for the story, and now I can't imagine writing it in anything else. Mia says, that's nice. Fletcher says, 316 words now. I really love where the scene goes. Fletcher says, I've never encountered anything like it, and yet it's so plausible to see. Funky. Finally decided to go to bed, so here I am on a Friday night. Decided to go to bed? It's pretty early here. I don't know where you're at, but pretty early, still considerably here. And we're in the east. So unless you're across the pond, it's really early. I just said never encountered it in media. Lizzie says, hey, I'll be writing later. Amelia says, hi. Funky says, Lizzie Lakes. Lizzie says, hi, Amelia and Funky. Funky says it's 10 a.m. 10 a.m. SC for South Carolina? You mean 10 p.m.? Besides, why would they be going to bed at 10 a.m.? Gotta be p.m. Okay. I'm just beginning to wonder there. I know I'm tired, but I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Lizzie says 10:15 isn't that early. To me, it is. So tonight is not a. Tonight I'm not super awake, so right now I'm having typos and all kinds of crazy stuff. Crazy things. Crazy. And my sugars, like I just said, my sugar dropped. My insulin meter ran out of insulin. And I'm like, all this is happening at one time. And I got to keep my eye on my sugars now. At the beginning of the week, they're too high, right? I'm going crazy. Now they're just the opposite. 10 a.m. would definitely be early. Yeah, exactly. Who goes to bed at 10 a.m.? Me. I go to bed at 10 a.m. That's something I do. But I'm a night owl, so expect it out of me. Greg says I couldn't write while tired. I'm not exactly sure what I'm writing at this point. I may go back and find out it doesn't make any sense whatsoever because I'm writing, but it may not make sense. Just because I'm writing doesn't mean that it's gonna make sense. I'm still functioning, but the brain is not fully functioning. Funky says, how's it looking now? To me, how's what looking? I'm a mess as usual. Lizzie says that last year at this time I was in bed 9:30 bedtime. Now it's midnight. Thank you, writing passion. Well, that's good. 9:30. That's pretty. I mean, I know you're young, but 9:30 you had to be in bed? Lizzie says, my meds kick in at 11:30, so I don't write much after my family good night time. I said, well, if you don't know what you are writing, I guess I could do that. I haven't looked at it. I'm trying to finish something, and I'm like, not exactly sure where it's going. Lizzie says I went to bed at 10 a.m. after waking up at 8:30 a.m. I do that sometimes when I'm on my weird sleeping modes. He says other times not so much. To Greg, yeah, sometimes when you're delirious, your brain will open up a bit and write better. Other times, not so much. Yeah, I'm not sure which one of these times it is. I know I'm writing words down, but I'm not exactly sure whether they're going to make sense when I go to actually read them. Probably shouldn't publish it tonight. I probably should wait till I read it over tomorrow. Really? Lizzie says, I know 9:30 was a dumb bedtime. Thankfully, I started asking to stay up 30 minutes late to write, and those 30 minutes turned into 2.5 hours minus 40 minutes of reading. Well, that's interesting. That's one way of doing it. And you're lucky your parents agreed to that. Funky says, no, definitely publish it tonight and let us read it. Oh my gosh. Conscious as I just sleep when I want to. No school to wake up for. I sleep when I want to too. I don't have to get up. I'm on disability. I don't go to work. Lizzie says I'll be up 1 in the morning drooling on my journals, trying to finish my entries. I'm trying to finish that story, and I'm trying to figure out where it's going. And it's kind of, it's dark, so it's interesting. And I'm not exactly sure what I think I'm writing. I'm actually writing because I'm half asleep. Funky asks Lizzie if she's burning candles in a pentagram again. Lizzie says, I can't go to, I missed that. I can't go to bed until I finish my rituals, no matter how tired I am. No, I just go to bed when I'm tired. At least usually. If I'm on here, sometimes I fall asleep. Today was one of those days where every time I turned around, I was falling asleep, and I was going. Lucky I wasn't actually driving myself because I kept falling asleep. I was going to several doctors, and I had rides, so it's a good thing because I could fall asleep. Courtney says, okay, I'm back again. This is becoming a trend. Yeah, it is becoming a trend. Not even sure when you leave, and then suddenly I'm back. It's like, didn't even know you were gone. Lizzie says, rituals, meds, writing, family time, more writing if needed, daily journal, feelings journal, prayer journal, bathroom, devotional, sleep. Oh my God, I couldn't handle rituals like that. Holy moly, girl. And then she says the funky, I don't do that. My rituals take 2 hours. That's a heck of a long time, girl. I don't even know how to light candles. My mom hoards all our candles in her office. Yeah, it takes a long time to summon the old ones. Oh, God. This conversation's gotten really crazy. Oh, I couldn't spend that much time on rituals. When it's time to go to sleep, if my body will let me, I'll go to sleep. If it won't, sometimes I get up, sometimes I lay there. It depends. Courtney says I do prayer and devotional and reading and shower. That's it. Well, I do my journaling in the morning. Koch is yelling sprint. Lizzie says they start at 10:30 something, 10:30 something to 10:50 something, and end at 12:25 to 12:40. Wow. The daily journal is what gets me sleepy. That whole thing would get me sleepy. Courtney says I just fall asleep if I journal at night. Lizzie says I used to stay up until 3 a.m. Hence why I have meds now. But you're always still staying up pretty late because midnight or so, almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's pretty late. Maybe the meds aren't working quite as well as they should be, or maybe you need to take them a little bit earlier. I remember I took this one, had no idea what it was going to do. It was supposed to make me sleepy, and I was having problems sleeping, and it was also an antidepressant. And so I took the pills standing like 2 feet from my bed, and I just fell over on my bed. I just passed right out. I'm like, what the hell happened here? I mean, eventually I got used to it, but the first time I took it, wow. I learned not to take medicine standing up, especially ones I didn't know how they were going to affect me, because it could have been a little bit worse if I had fallen on the floor. My prayer journal has kindergarten handwriting. When I get my feelings journal, I'm ready to go to bed. The pain kicks in. My prayer journal has kindergarten handwriting. I spelled that wrong. Whatever. I'm trying not to fall on my way to the bathroom. Funky says the spelling doesn't count in chat. Lizzie says I skimmed through my devotional page of the day. And then my head hits the pillow, and a few minutes later, the sun is out. Funky says, yikes to me. Clutch is using a BAC calculator, whatever that is. Yeah, I did not expect the medicine to work that fast, obviously. And so I've learned not to take new medicine standing up away from where I plan on being to go to bed. Like, you sit on the edge of the bed and take the medicine because if you pass out when you're not on near the bed, you're going to hit the floor and God knows what else on the way down. So, he says I have to go for reading time before my rituals start. All right. Katja trying to estimate how my character feels after 15 ounces of red wine. Greg says just saw an ad in another tab. Grammarly claims that more than 20 million people use it. That's incredible. Well, I use it, and I know Jen uses it. Jenna uses it. Speaking of Jenna, haven't seen her lately. Wonder what happened to her. I know a lot of people that use it. Koch said, because I've never had 15 ounces of wine. 15 ounces of wine. Funky says to Lizzie, why am I picturing you in a robe? Koch says, blood alcohol content. Oh. Funky says, wow, to Greg Inc. Koch says, I don't need Grammarly. Usually Grammarly recommends too many incorrect things and I have to sort through the garbage. It's recommending me. Yeah, some days it does. I just pick and choose what I want to use and ignore the rest of it. Grammar hasn't been an issue for me in the last 6 to 8 months. Well, I'm out of school. It's an issue for me. Believe me, I've been out of school a long time. It's an issue for me. Consciousness, I only rely on a person to catch my mistakes now. It does a pretty good job running through the first time or so to catch. The funny thing is, it doesn't catch them all at one time because you can put it in and run it through a second time and it'll catch more. It's like, why didn't you catch it up the first time through? Why are you just now catching it? That's one weird thing. Funky says I was waiting for a grammar issue in that sentence. It's a law. The only way I don't catch my own is if I've just become too used to reading it that my eyes no longer see the mistake. Well, that was part of my problem. I was reading it so much that I didn't see it, and I just had a brief break from it. And now, as I'm going through, it's like, how many times have you read this? And other people have read this, and nobody's found this error yet? Funky to see, it just happened to me. Gotcha says the funky and ellipsis is made from periods. Not commas. Exactly. That's the law. Oh my gosh, it's time for a sprint. Let's set that timer. We're getting a little silly here. 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Say something or point out someone's bad grammar and inevitably you make your own. See, I can't even speak. I'm definitely getting tired. Now the mouth isn't functioning right. Should be interesting to read this thing tomorrow. For sure. All right, 24 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, that one is done. And I'm back and I start reading some of what I have written, and it's goofy. I knew that was going to happen. I'm too tired. Can't make sense. I can't write in this state, that's for sure. Nothing to make sense out of it. Mia says, I have spent this time writing my short story and I have no idea what its title should be. Gotcha says, what's it about? Amelia says, I completely forgot titles were a thing. Gotcha says, I come up with all my titles before I even write stories. Me, I usually agonize over titles, change them many times. And then one night we had a brainstorming session in here and named all my books and my series. And Greg came up with the winning name for the first book. Completely changed everything. Then I kept changing titles and trying to find a title, and I just couldn't seem to get it to work. And so Gotcha wrote 30 words. I don't even think I managed more than one or two. And that's only because I saw that they weren't right. They weren't the words that were supposed to be there, obviously. So, and that's when I realized that I definitely don't want to publish this thing tonight because I have no idea what I wrote. Maya says an ancient Egyptian pharaoh who, after the death of his father and two older brothers, is unsure of his right to reign. The goddess comes in the form of an injured cobra. After he heals the cobra and proves his good nature, the goddess reveals herself and promises to help him reign. Interesting. Interesting. Foster said I was busy doing things for the entire sprint. Courtney says I'm going to attempt to write on this next sprint. You say that all the time. Somehow you'll always end up not doing it. You realize that? Katja says rain on me. That's a pun. From the Lady Gaga song Rain on Me. Amir says sometimes I come up with titles and the story evolves from the title. Other times the story comes first. It's like the chicken and the egg. I usually don't have a title when I start. I usually don't have characters. I kind of come up sort of with an idea. Lately, I've been writing from sprints and just letting the sprints take me where they want to go. So I really don't have like set ideas. I just start just start writing prompts, and if they work, I turn them into stories, like I did with these last two. I wanted to finish that tonight, but I don't think I dare. And I don't think I dare publish it. I'm not really sure exactly. I'm not exactly sure exactly how I'm going to end it. And since I found words weren't making sense, I don't think I'm in a place to be reading and publishing something right now. So I'm not even going to put it on the blog because I'm not exactly awake. Courtney is laughing or something. Funky says got a decent amount of editing done. Well, that's good. Hutch says I really just want to sprint again. I feel like I wasted that entire sprint. with my 30 words. It's like 29 more words than I got. I'm not even sure I got one. Actually, I had to fix this word that was really, really wrong, and it took me a lot of really stumbling around to fix it. So, like I said, I'm not in a position to be publishing anything tonight. I have to reread the whole thing tomorrow and see if it makes more sense and what kind of craziness I was writing, because I'm not in the right space, that's for sure. Funky says, do it. Courtney says, they need to magically get 1,500 words in the next hour. Well, that could be, it could be done, but it would be very hard. You have to be writing quickly and just writing. No, don't try to edit anything or nothing, because that's where I slow myself down, by trying to edit as I write, because I like to edit as I write. I hate to write things and have it be wrong, so I have to edit as I write, and that's what slows me down. If I don't, then I can get over 1,000 words, in 30 minutes, no problem. But if I sit there and edit the whole thing, of course, I'm not going to do it. So it will be difficult. Okay, Greg is leaving. Good night. I just mentioned you. I don't know if you heard me. When I was saying how you helped me come up with the name for my book, this first one that I'm rewriting right now, #1. I told Melanie, because she's going to do the editing. I said, yeah, I got a new name for it. She goes, I love it. I said, well, I can't take the credit for it. And that came from Greg. Anyhow, good night, Greg. Monkey says to Courtney, just stay up till you finish and cheat. I'm not going to tell. That's like the other day. We have locks on our doors here. You have to have a special key fob to get in. And you're not supposed to let people in if you don't know who they are. Well, what am I going to do? Stand there and tell this person that's twice the size of me that they can't come in the door behind me because it takes forever to, to shut and lock? So anyhow, she's standing there with food. She's delivering food. She had McDonald's bags. She goes, I'm from DoorDash. She goes, I can't get in. I said, I'll tell you what. I won't tell. I won't look. And you can just follow me in, and I won't say a damn word. And I'm not supposed to let somebody in I don't know. Obviously, the girl was delivering food, for crying out loud. And I could hear the conversation on the phone with the woman that she goes, you got to call me from the intercom. I can't buzz you in on this phone. You got to call me from the intercom. So I know what was happening. So I just said, I won't tell anybody. You can just sneak in behind me. So yeah, it takes you a little bit after. What's the big deal? It's not that big deal. Claudia, springtime just for you? When did this become about you? So you don't fall asleep before you finish tonight. Well, that's the problem I'm suffering from right now. I can't stay awake. Funky says to Gotcha, that's what midnight coffee is for. Gotcha sprints. I've taken over the stream. Listen, You can write the whole time we're talking, and it doesn't matter. So you can do your own sprint. You can just keep writing. There's, like Greg told me last night, he says, you know, that he was writing, kept on writing while we, you know, were talking. I said, it doesn't bother me. You can keep doing it. Not hurting anything. A lot of people do that. You can listen and write at the same time. Put the sprints in the bag and nobody gets hurt. Gotcha. Amelia says, I have no sprints, I swear. We are all loopy is right, Funky. What in the world is going on? I've been hijacked. My stream has been hijacked. Yeah, I'm always loopy too. I'm really loopy tonight though, so I'm like so tired. Really tired. I'm more awake now than I was earlier. I was trying to talk and I don't think English was coming out of my mouth. I'm not sure what was coming out. I'm like, I think I'm saying something, but I don't know what I'm saying. Thing is, I don't have to get up early tomorrow. I can sleep all day if I want to, if my phone doesn't ring. Oh no, the cop is about to return. We're all in trouble now. We got Klacha who's taken over the stream. Cops all over the place. Loopy Amelia's. Well, we're all loopy, so it's not just Amelia. Can't blame it all on her. Can't blame it all on Amelia. Klacha says, egg. Egg. What is this? A kid show? Amelia's eggs. Oh my God. I think we've all taken leave of our senses. All of us. Not even sure how many of us are left. There's Amelia, and there's Klacha, and there's Funky, and there's Courtney, and there's me. Well, that's 5. Well, it is Easter weekend. You got a point there. Definitely got a point there. People keep asking me, what am I going to do for the weekend? I'm like, I haven't the faintest idea. Probably nothing. I mean, I don't see my family anyhow, so why would this be any different? Klacha says my character has left his senses. He's, as I mentioned, 15 ounces of wine drunk. Funky's laughing. 15 ounces and trying to dance. Oh my gosh. Amelia's mooing. Mooing? What does that have to do with Easter? He doesn't dance. I mean, he doesn't drink. He doesn't dance. Wow. That's like a nightcap. I don't know what 15 ounces of wine drunk would be. I'm not much of a drinker. Klacha says he's legally drunk right now. So are you writing your story? You've taken over the stream. Are you writing the story? He would be buzzed, but not drunk. Well, according to all the commercials we have around here, buzz driving is drunk driving. Haven't you heard? That's what the commercials say. Claudia said he's had 3 5-ounce glasses in an hour and weighs 160 pounds. Like, I I don't like a lot of wine. I don't like a lot of alcohol. Anyhow, but wine is so sour. Beer is sour too. So is champagne. Very sour. Have you poured 5 ounces of water recently? It's a tiny amount. I don't know. I'm on a water pill. 5 ounces of water seems like a gallon to me. Whatever little bit of water I put in comes right back out. Not so tiny. Doesn't feel so tiny. Water isn't like alcohol. Google is informing me 2 to 3 glasses is enough. Claudia says intolerant drinkers can handle about 4 before feeling drunk. And as I said, he doesn't drink, as it never has. I still say he's just buzzed the 3 5-ounce glasses. So what about these commercials that keep saying buzz driving is drunk driving? Don't you have those commercials where you are? Because I sure as hell got them over here where I am. They keep telling us buzz driving is drunk driving. And then they put the guy in jail. Concha says, I don't. Funky says, because the legal limit is low. Amelia says, well, maybe drinking is one of those where you have an immunity until you start doing it. And the more you do it, the more it hits. I have no clue. Funky says, so yeah, buzz would be over the limit. Okay. We've now figured that out. I'm feeling a little buzzed myself. Not that I've had any alcohol, mind you. But I take enough drugs. I don't need any alcohol to add to them. That's for darn sure. I'm on narcotics and anxiety medicine and all kinds of other medicines. It's like, who the heck needs drinking? Enough drugs in me. All legal because they come with a prescription attached to them. Even if you can buy them off the street. I get mine at the local pharmacy, so they're legal. Even though they do the same thing. Uh-oh, cops didn't like that talk. My internet went down. Then how are you talking to me if your internet went down? Silly. Uh, oh, I missed something. Amelia says the Pharaoh coup. Is that a good enough title for a short story and entering a contest? Funky says to Amelia, it depends on the story, maybe. And Clutchy wants to sprint now. The heck with sprinting. Let's sprint, sprint. Everything but sprint. With it, we'll do everything but. Okay, I'll put the timer on. Does that make it a sprint? Timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. We are now officially sprinting. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We came back up. Duh. How dumb do you think I am? I said I'm tired. I didn't say I am retarded. Oh. God, she says I can't read enough of that. I can't read anything she puts up there. She'll sit there and put tons of stuff up there. I have no clue what we're talking about. Good thing I already hit my word count for the day because this day is about to end. There we go. We have sprinted. I like that spelling. Perfect. Perfect. So now we are sprinting with a Y. Start a new thing. Productivity sprints with a Y. I wonder how many people would come to them. This crazy person can't spell. We will. Okay, we have sprinted. We will sprint or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce these words. It's basically the Japanese version of sprint, sprint, and sprint. We can get a trademark. Sprint pronto with splint. See you all in 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can make some mess out of this mess I wrote. I'm a little bit more awake at the moment. So we're going to look at this story and see if it's savable or not, or if it's trash till tomorrow. Let me mute myself before I talk. If I fall asleep and I talk to myself, I don't want you to hear it. Because heaven only knows what I might say. Interesting. I ended up waking up some more. And so I reread my story. It was a little bit weird in spots, but I think I fixed it. So I don't know. I may finish it and post it tonight. I'm not sure. It's kind of dark, kind of gory. Let's see what you guys do. All right. So we're at Amelia's sprint with a Y. Amelia says maybe the pharaoh, Amku, and the goddess, whatever. I can't really pronounce those names. The title sounds okay. I think not bad. Amelia says creative juices have run out and I have little more than half an hour. Katja says up. Katja says I only like the project I'm currently writing. Feeling is kicking in. Uh-oh. Katja says the project I should be writing book 4 is starting to feel irrelevant because I've written 390 words of book 5. We're up to 390 words already? Katja says I hate this feeling. And Amelia said, oh no. Katja said it happens for every project I write. I'm only ever invested in the one I'm currently working on. The rest become dead to me. Amelia says, understandable. I get that sometimes too, but more often I get the only I like the story I'm writing right now and no one else will. Anyone have any strong feelings towards my possible title? It seems kind of neutral to me, but it's better than a bad name, I guess. Yes, it's kind of neutral. And it doesn't hint at anything. It's just like saying Jack and Jill without went up the hill. It's Jack and Jill. That's the way I guess it feels. Katja is loving this so far. Exactly what I read right now. Like beyond what I need to be writing. Didn't you just say that now you hate book 4 and you haven't finished it yet? A little confusing. Amir says 20 minutes before I have to submit with whatever title. Well, I think that title's better than no title. If you have to go with something. I agree with Funky there. Do you have something that might elicit a little more mystery? It's like I said, it's like saying Jack and Jill. But, you know, leaving off the went up the hill and whatever that. I can't even remember how it goes. But you know what I'm trying to say. You're just giving 2 names and nothing else. So yeah, I kind of see what's Funky's saying. Like if I read the title and went, oh, this sounds interesting without even reading the story. Right. Because If I remember what I just read, it's kind of like I know I'm downsizing it, but it's kind of like just saying Jack and Joe. Because you're just giving two names. You need to do like whatever his name is and his something. And his something goddess. And the something goddess. Mary says, I don't know. Maybe something to do with the word cobra. With the divine ruler. Funky said, what's it about? What's the hook? Clutch says, won't be stopping the writing right now. Okay, Clutch is writing. See you soon. Okay. Keep on going. Funky says, go, Clutcha. Amelia said it's a short story about a pharaoh who questions his place as the ruler of Egypt, since it should have been his older brothers. Goddess comes and promises to help. Funky says to Amelia, the only reason I hesitated at the title was because it sounded a bit like an essay. It does, doesn't it? Feels like it should be something about what the goddess is doing. Courtney made it to 800 words and then got very sleepy. Mary says, right to rule? I mean, without reading the story. What is she doing to help him? The short story ends before she helps him, thinking about leading into a future book about her helping him. She turns into a cobra. Title's hard. Funky says, think of like TV show episodes. He says, I'm not doing a good job of selling this, am I? Well, you're not the only one with title issues. It's something I struggle with. I'm not really much of a help here either, I don't think. But a story ends before she helps him. I don't quite understand that. Why does it end before she helps him? Why doesn't she help him? The whole idea usually is to come to a conclusion. You need a conclusion. Is he just going to fade into the sunset? The hand of judgment. The poisonous plan. Emilius is turning around a kingdom takes months. Not a great conclusion for a short story, but great conclusion for a future novel. Right now, it ends with the pharaoh being more sure of himself. I don't know why, but it just popped through my head. Of Mice and Men. I'm like, where did that come from? I don't know where that came from. That just popped into my head. Has nothing to do with what you're. Maybe it was the poisonous plant that brought that out, but and the fact that it's a cobra. Um, the god offers water to the dead. Maybe he's actually dead. Dun 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 dun. Oh, oh my goodness. Of serpents and kings. Interesting. His brothers are dead. I'm planning out future scenes where she just casually tells him about how she saw his dead brother the other day. If it's got to be in by midnight, you better slap something on that sucker and get it in there. I think it sounds pretty good. It's not mine though, so I can't give you permission, but I I kind of like it. Who's texting me at this time of the night? Oh, great. Some kind of crap. Yeah, I think it sounds pretty good. She is the personification of cool, refreshing water and is mentioned frequently in the Egyptian Book of the Dead as she brings water to the souls of the dead. In the Hall of Truth, as they stand awaiting judgment by Osiris and the 42 judges. I'd go for it. How, what you reading about her? So what, you looked her up? She did say that it was based on a story. True. She is associated with Ma'at, the principle of balance. In ancient Egypt, every time a pharaoh dies, Ma'at is destroyed and must be reformed by the new pharaoh. He is not trained for the throne and would have trouble bringing I don't know how to pronounce that, Ma'at back from so many tragic deaths. Yeah, I obviously don't know how you're using her. Plus, being a servant of the dead can bring some cool character development. Is your deadline now? Yeah, she was entering a contest. I originally wanted an original character to be the son of Anubis, and I learned about the Khebet, who was Anubis' daughter. Learned more about her, and the stones fell into place. I submitted it, don't worry. Oh, okay. As I say, if it's midnight, it's like, after. Yeah, good luck. Funky. You have to put me in a future novel if you win. Well, you're certainly funny enough. Hmm. It's for a Reezy prompt, by the way, checking out the new prompts they just dropped, and there is another one which can be used in my ancient Egyptian universe. Yeah, they drop one every week. They put one out. Okay, I should hit the hay. See everyone later. Thanks as always, Tessa. You're welcome, Funky. Glad to have you. See you soon. Good night. Also, Gabbit takes the form of a snake. That's why I used a cobra in my story. That's cool. Very cool. This prompt is creepily fitting to my nano novel. And that always helps. For sure. All I have to do is write a future scene in my novel and submit it as the short story. Yeah, it's one way of doing it. Spend a little time on a title. Titles are hard. Yeah, I think I'm going to. I started waking up, but I'm starting to fall back asleep again. And I don't think I'm going to post that till I get a chance to read it when I'm more awake. It's not done yet, anyhow, and I think I need to be more awake before I post anything on the internet. So, yeah, it's been 5 hours. I need to get some sleep, for sure. Tomorrow and Sunday, I start at 5, a little bit earlier. Though if I don't get any sleep during the day, it won't do me much good. So I will see you later, Amelia. Maybe tomorrow, Sunday. Kind of wonder about Jenna. I haven't seen her in a few days. That's unusual. Nano started and she disappeared off the face of the earth. Weird. All right. Good night, Amelia. Thanks for coming. Write about a prince or princess who was asked to give up something valuable as part of the deal to escape the world they come from. Interesting. All right. Good night.